Okay, and there, Jeff, is the well, that's the intra-bar functionality of the radar. You can see we get stopped here in it. Yeah, that's kind of interesting that it didn't quite match radar. Very close to it though. So that's hmm, hmm. I can force it. I can force that to confirm, but the testing showed us that it would be better that we don't. Um, you'll have to let me know, what you think there. We can force the issue so that that would be confirmed. Mm, yeah, but that's exactly what happened here. That actually, yeah, and it would have been out now anyways. So it would have been out. Good morning, YouTubers. This is Bag of Dawn, Stock Market Caddy, and today is Monday, June 12th. We're here a little early. We weren't going to punch up until about 11 o'clock, and we're doing something really pretty different and pretty cool. Not really different, but a different technique. And by the way, we did finish up the CME, came up a little shy. It's always one of those things. It's just like golf, if I had done this, if I had done that, we were out to win it. There's so many things I could have done differently. We were, just to give you the highlights, 2,200 traders. On Thursday at noon, we got a snapshot where we were ranked 50. We got as close as 35. We were actually up 35,000 and the leaders were at 60. So we were getting really, really close. We had to be bold though if we were going to try to win. And and it was by 1 o'clock the next day. So long story short though, we didn't. Hats off to those that did. They did very, very well. And we finished at 107. So we were in the top 5%. That's the worst showing that we've had. So it was a little, anticlimactic, and compared to others. Now, this particular robotic strategy is in fact trading swing machine. And it is now one of the things that we teach is to trade swing machine the 1 minute in the direction of the 3 and the 5 minute swing machine. And now swing machine, that radar is giving us the signal, plus it's giving us a lot of other data that you can learn to use. And it's doing it intra-bar. So it's pretty nice, pretty actionable. When we go to put it on a chart, we lose some of the intra-bar functionality of it. And when we go to program the trade, it's not taking into account everything else that, visually you can see over here and begin to incorporate into your trading. But that said, this program that we're running is in fact buying and selling the 1 minute based upon where the 3 and 5 minute interval is. So it's a multi-interval strategy, which is pretty cool. We've been running it since midnight. We're not doing any intervening where we want to see the execution and map the execution and map the performance. We have, when we have the strategy like this, we can then plug it in and look at the back test over the last couple of weeks and get an idea as to what it's capable of doing, and then we can measure against it. So so we're going to refrain from any mechanical intervention here. We just had a run up, for instance, of over $600, which easily could have been scalped. This trade right here, this one went in here and ran down. We were up about 600. It was very tempting, and then it covered. But but we're going to let it run, and so we just wanted to give you an idea. Now, one of the things that we can do, so we can do, as an example, multi time frame. So the 1 minute is going to go in long if the 3 and the 5 minute are long. That's the idea. And the 1 minute is going to go short if the 3 and the 5 minute are short. If the 1 minute goes long or short and then reverses and confirms out the other way, it will exit the trade. Now it also has, we don't have a stop loss. We don't feel as though we need a stop loss, but it does have a profit target. And the profit target was optimized over a 2 to 4 week period. And that's why the $600 didn't go in. It says that we should be trying to make a little bit more than that. And so we're gonna stay with the back test. We want to measure that. So we want to see what just how good the execution is. It's going to match swing machine probably about 99% of the time. There's a little piece to it because, again, swing machine up here is on a radar and it's intra-bar. So there could be the appearance that it isn't matching, but we don't think it's going to be that big a deal. We don't think, we don't know. And the other piece that we can do for down the road, just to share what is capable, we could even introduce not just multi-time frame strategies. We could actually start to bring in other markets. That'd be interesting, right? So if the NQ is doing this, this, and this on the three intervals, and the VIX is doing this, this, and this on one interval, two intervals, three intervals, then execute. That could be very, very helpful with something like the VIX, or it could be very, very helpful if you are doing pairs trading like the dollar and the euro. If the euro is doing this and the dollar is doing that on whatever intervals you want to use, then I want to do this. The computer is the execution on the computer is just going to be, so much better than the human eye. This idea of trading what you see, what you think, that's like 1990s stuff. That's like, that's passe. I mean, this is the digital age. And you might think of Swing Machine as a digital tape reader. That's basically what it's doing, and we're mechanizing it now. So we do have a draw of 191, no big deal. We're taping this. By the way, if you're following us on YouTube, good, it's free. You can follow us on Twitter. You can push the like buttons. We appreciate that. You can push the notification buttons. And when we when we post something live, you'll be aware of it. But we'll also tape this and then compress hours of trading into just a minute or two for our members and for those that are following, so that if you sign up as a monthly member, you get to you get a 1-day hall pass. So you get to see a whole lot of other stuff too. So, but if you have any questions on what it is we're doing, what it is you're seeing, just use the chat function. Be sure to visit the website, ask any questions you have. And we're going to just kind of sit back and watch the execution. We'll comment on the execution as it goes, and we'll see how we do. Makes sense. And I say a little disappointed in the CME. I said to Susan, maybe I should have spent more time. We didn't spend. We can't robotically trade the CME challenge. We had to trade it mechanically. I didn't, do it overnight. I think those people were going overnight. They probably had a team of people. And, so I feel as though we should have done, I felt as though you had to do 50,000. You had to get a 50% return to have a shot. And like I say, we came very, very close to having some nice big fat trades, but just not quite enough. But again, top 5% every single time. The first one, they were 1,400. We finished 20. The next one, they were 1,600. We finished 7. We were number 2 the morning of, and we were still trying to win. I couldn't believe this most recent one. These guys were like trying to sit on the lead. I was like, come on. And then this one here, we're at 107. I do think that if you go through the Q school and you adopt this approach of mechanical robotic trading, I do think, you may not be there immediately. Everyone's going to be different, but you will be there. You will be in the top 5% of all traders, and wouldn't be the first time that we've had members blow us away. Now, this is going to be a situation, going to be commenting to one of our members, Jeff. See, the 1 minute is already long at 10:25. It isn't long because the 5 minute wasn't in position. The 3 minute is, but the 5 minute isn't. And even the 3 minute came after the fact. We could build into this program an option to turn on the 5, because the 5 doesn't happen all the time. And we could say, if the 5 confirms, go ahead and take it. And if the 1 minute's in position, go ahead and take it long. And if the 1 minute turns around and fails, then and just come out. So in essence, we'd be taking the 5 almost every time. Otherwise, the only way we're going to be able to get long with the 5 is the 1 minute is going to have to fail, get into a short position, and then turn around and get long again. Would be the only way. So I described that. That is, so this is the sort of thing that we can do, and we can program it to do whatever we want it to do. So we'll see how it plays out. But I wanted to describe that to you, Jeff. Now, annual members, if we have annual members that are passing through, this is very new. Not the concept. Concepts, we've been doing it mechanically and made runs at doing this robotically, this specific program, but this version of it is new, the code. We're going to need to run with it for an entire week. So just know that. I'm not going to rush this out to everybody, because we're going to be making adjustments to this as we go, and we're looking for any anomalies. So I don't want to rush out the code, and and so we'll learn from it. So I want, if folks are passing through annual members and say, hey, what's this? And I want this, you will get it. But we may make some adjustments to it, right? So we're going to need at least a week of tracking this. Those of you that are passing through on YouTube, and if you've got any questions, who we are, what we're about, don't hesitate. And for those that are on YouTube, when you have a robot that is trading, you can intervene, right? You can mechanically, take a trade. I mean, we easily could have done that to have had a better performance, but we're specifically running it. We want to see what it's capable of doing, and so we need to do it, and that's what we're going to do. But I just want you to know that you can. And so it isn't going to take this long unless it's going to have to cycle back in. But we could make that adjustment to do it. So pretty cool, right? Very, very cool. See, and we can look at, one of the things is that we can look at, I can go in, I got to be careful. I don't over stress my computer here. I got to be careful. Start opening up too many applications, getting a little slow. I better wait. But what I guess the point was, I was going to go in and look, but I don't want to overdo it, because we're shooting Zoom, we're shooting to YouTube, we're also taping this. We have a product called Camtasia, so and we're trading, right? So we get quite a few apps open, and I don't want to overload. The computer is very good, but I don't want to overwork it here, slow anything down. But we can go into the back test of one of our trading robots over the last 2 to 3 weeks and see what the performance characteristics are. This particular program told us that if we trade in this configuration, if we had traded exactly, took every single trade over the last 2 weeks, we would have done about six. I think it was somewhere between like 6 and 9 grand, profit factor around 1.5, which would have been just fine. So we could actually benchmark this, Jeff. So we could have built in a situation where we could say, well, if the 1 minute is already long, which it is at 10:25, and then the 5 minute confirms, then go ahead and take it, which we would have now would be in that trade. And if the 1 minute fails and goes into a short mode, then exit. That would be the thing. So we're going to try to take the 1 minute in the direction of the five all day, every day in the three. However, if we find ourselves in a position where the 5 minute is lagging everything, these two are out in front, maybe we should take that trade. That would be the idea, Jeff. You let me know your thoughts on that if you think that would you have to think that through, but so we can deduce if we had in fact taken the 5 minute, yeah, we'd be up, 280, 290. Yeah, so that's would be kind of interesting. We'll kind of watch this one. If those passing through on YouTube have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out. The robot should not buy this 1 minute because the 5 minute was not in position. So we're watching it closely. It should not buy it. Now we could program it a little bit different, make some adjustments, but so we're just watching the execution today. We had an ample opportunity to pick up, several $100s on a trade if we had intervened mechanically, and but we're just watching the execution. We're looking to really step up the automation function of Swing Machine. We'll be working on this all week. If you have any questions, don't hesitate. And our trading is pretty boring, folks. If you're interested in, watching moving averages and MACDs and being in a trading room and everybody hooting and hollering, and that's not us. We're all about a repetitive golf swing, trades that can be repeated over and over again when the conditions are right. It looks to me, Jeff, like we want to capture those 5-minute signals, doesn't it? Um, we've had a couple of nice ones there. What we're doing, folks, we are automating, expanding the automation of Swing Machine to incorporate multiple time frames, multiple markets. There's a lot, so much that we can do. And here we've had a tool for years, just so many different things, so many different combinations. We could have scalped an earlier order where we're validating some of the execution here, those that are on YouTube. If you have any questions as to who we are, what we're about, let us know. We're all about automation, automated trading. The days for us, the days of trading what you see, that is the 1990s, maybe the 1980s. That's not today. That isn't, these big hedge funds are not running those trading rooms. There are not hundreds and hundreds of traders staring at screens anymore. It just isn't necessary. Jeff, there were two big fat 5 minute trades. We had one for a few hundred up there, and we got another one, 600. Um, so that this could have been a nice fat trade here. We could have had that. So this is the sort of thing, folks, on YouTube that we're doing. We're running robotic trading systems. We're validating them. We're seeing what we like, what we don't like, then making adjustments, and then building in options and optionality for the benefit of all of our members. That's what we're doing. That's what we're about. We're not going to be here drawing trend lines and moving averages and MACDs and talking smack about inflation, deflation. These markets are like a carcass of meat going through, for us, going through a butcher. They're on a hook and on a chain, and they're moving through, and we're carving them up. That's what they've been doing to you for decades. Maybe you'll get something at the end of your life, at the end of your career. Maybe the markets will be where they'll be. Maybe they'll be at their highs. But what if they aren't? What if you're a year out and these markets take a 70, 80, 90% haircut and you're a year from retirement? It can happen. It has happened. There is no guarantee. None. Don't do it. There are many, many thousands, millions of people that bought into this crap in the 90s and the 2000s. Oh, it can't happen. Oh, yes, it can. Learn to trade. If you have any questions about who we are, who we are not, don't hesitate. And you're welcome to visit our website. You're welcome to post any question on the chat function. We're here, we're watching, and happy to answer any question. Okay, I just want our members to know you may see some blinking here. We're seeing some anomalies on the paint bar. Should be matching exactly swing machine. So we're going to see if we can make some adjustments to that. If we do, please know we will update everybody's file and send it to you. But give us a day or two to vet this. And again, it is high noon. I am Bagadon. This is stockmarketcaddy.com, and we're giving folks on YouTube, at least this week and maybe this summer a little bit more than normal, a chance to see what we're about, what we're doing. Today, you're looking at Swing Machine monitoring the NASDAQ futures market in conjunction with the VIX on a 1-3-5 interval. We have a paint bar that is matching. We're making some adjustments, and we have a automated strategy trading robot that we call Swing Machine Cubed. It's trading the 1 minute interval in the direction and only in the direction of the 3 and the 5, provided the 3 and the 5 are in that position when it triggers. And that wasn't the case here earlier. Now we can make adjustments, which is we're confirming the execution, and we can make all sorts of adjustments and build in optionality, which we will be doing for our members. And we can do this, particularly when it comes to time bars. We can build in multi data streams of time. 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, multiple time frames. So just think about that, the power of that. We can then, not only can we build in multiple time frames, we can build in multiple markets. We can compare and contrast. If the VIX is doing this, then we want to be doing that. If the euro is doing this, then we want to be doing this or that with the dollar. Very, very powerful stuff. And the other advantage to being able to write that type of code is then we can take these models and we can plug them into the time frame before you sit down to commit your time and your capital, and we can go back and we can look over the period of a few weeks to months and to see what we would have done. Now, there's no guarantee, unfortunately, that we're going to do that in the future. But as we get going and as the trading gets underway, you get a chance to compare and contrast the validity of your trading to the backtest. That's very, very powerful when you stop and think about it. So the backtest may show that you're going to make X amount of money, but maybe the efficiency of what you're running is only 50%. So, one might draw a conclusion that I can do about 50% of it, would be the idea. Now we have attempted in the past to see there we go, Jeff. Jeff is monitoring this. We're just picking up our paint bar had a couple of anomalies too. So we're going to be focused on this multi-time frame, multi-market, and we'll be making some adjustments. But this paint bar is now matching perfectly Swing Machine, and the strategy to as it stands right now is only going to enter when the 1 minute confirms long or short. And at least this is the plan, right? It's been doing this since midnight. Very, very close. Very, very close. There's a little bit off, but we're talking less than maybe 1%, because Swing Machine is giving us a view of the data intrabar. And when we use multi time frames, we must use the close of the bars. So there's a little room there, but we don't think it'll be that meaningful. So if the 1 minute goes short, it won't short here. It's only going to go short if the 3 and the 5 minute are already short, and it's only going to go long if the 3 and the 5 minute are long. Now, we've already noticed, I mean, we had here earlier a $600 trade that we could have mechanically taken and we didn't. So it would have been very scalpable. This is going to be very, very good, especially for some of our newest members whose demands on their time may be such that they can't be glued to the screen. So this is going to really, we think, really, really help them. And bear with us if you're hearing this. This is gonna we'll be working on this all week, because we also want to build in some options, because one of the situations that we just had over here was the 1 minute had gone long, and the 5 minute is an example. The 3 was long, but the 5 wasn't. And the 5 ultimately went long, but we didn't get the order because the 1 minute was already long. So what we could do is, if a person wanted to, we'll build in an option and say, well, yes, I'll set out trading the 1 minute in the direction of the 3 and the 5. However, machine, if the 5 minute does confirm long or short, and the 1 minute is long or short, is in that direction too, go ahead and give me that trade. Go ahead and give it to me. And if the 1 minute reverses course, then I'll exit and take my lump. That sort of thing. We may even want to, for instance, in here, where she's now going into a dip, if she turns around and goes long again, she isn't going to take the trade. She's only going to take the trade the way it's written now, as if this goes into a short. It won't go short, but then turns around and goes long again in the direction of the 5, then yes, it will go. However, though, maybe as we see this, it's like, well, you know what, maybe I want to be aggressive, and I'd like to have that option, Don. Can you build in to the code, give me the option to take some of the long off of the dips? And we'll build that in. But it'll take a little bit of time, and we got to just scrutinize this. And while we're doing this, we did notice a little imperfection on the paint bar, so we're adjusting the code to that now. We're gonna vet that over the next day or two, and then we will probably, before we get this strategy, we'll have to get the updated paint bar code to everybody, which is what we do. Makes sense? And if you have any questions, don't hesitate. And so we're constantly, we're working. These are tools that we're going to use, right? These are tools that are going to help us, Susan and I, and hopefully they're going to help our members too. Are they going to help you? Well, not if you're not a member. That's the way that works. But we'd love to have you. So, get any questions? Let us know. And as we see any orders come through, we'll explain exactly. We'll come back on and mention it and explain what's going on. But right now, the execution, I've been very, very happy. We've been watching this since 7:30 last night up until about midnight. Then we missed a little bit. We taped it all day, and we're pretty pleased with the execution. Little anomaly here, but a little very small. The other thing that we can do is we can contrast it, I think, which we haven't done yet. We want to get this right, and then we could contrast it with a competing market, and maybe that would be, in this sense, that's maybe the VIX for the NASDAQ. So you can see if this, no, it isn't going to go. It isn't, because it didn't get short. So. And if you're a member to Stock Market Caddy and you're watching whatever it is you're watching, and you see it over and over and over, you see something and you're doing it, and you would like us to program that something, all you have to do is just let us know, and as long as it's not something outside our skill set, we will set about to program that, back test it, forward test it, offer you our insights to it, and make it available. There's no cost. There's no additional cost to you for that. We will send it to you. But it will be available if it passes muster. It'll go into a beta form. We'll make it available to all our members, and if it passes beta, it will be available to all our members. So, but there's no cost for us to do the coding. If you shop online to do the coding, the coders get a minimum of 4 hours of work, and they're not inexpensive. It's anywhere $150, $200, $300 an hour for just for 4 hours. and it's a minimum of 4 hours. We don't, we don't, we do all our own coding. You don't have to do the coding. Um, but we do all our own. We've never sent anything out. And it isn't the expense of that, although it would be expensive. It's also, you know, how we learn. And if it's in our control and in our grasp, it gives us a lot of flexibility to come in and to do the things that we're doing. For instance, this week, if we didn't know how to do this, I mean, how could I, and that's the issue for programmers. There are a ton of programmers and there are a ton of traders, but there's very few programmers and traders. So you've got to have some trading skill. And we think we're very good traders. If you want to use as a benchmark the CME challenges, which we just came off of last week, we finished, we were in the top 2%, 20 with 24 hours to go. We finished in the top 5%. We were out to win it. The CME challenge before that had, and there were 2,200 traders, so we finished 107. The contest before that, this is for a full week too, by the way, CME rules. There were 1,600 traders and we finished number 7. We were number 2 with just hours to go. And then the contest before that, there were 1,400 and we finished 20. And we were number 10 with 24 hours to go. So someday we're going to punch through and win the damn thing. But and we were not able to trade robotically on the CME challenge because we had to go through their trading platforms. So we had to watch our tools here and then execute the trades mechanically. So it's a little cumbersome. But if you have any questions, let us know. Happy to answer them. This is your opportunity, and we'll be here. we're making some adjustments to the paint bar. That's why the colors have gone away. They'll be back here in a moment. We're making some adjustments to the code as we speak. And hopefully they're going to come right back up here and they'll match Swing Machine perfectly. And there's the paint bar. Perfect. Jeff, I'll need to get a copy of this to you. We'll be getting this to everybody as well. I want to update your paint bar. Here's the dark red. It was off a little bit. So here is the 1 minute. The 1 minute has generated a short signal, but our members have been instructed in the beginning not to take, even though these can potentially make money, to wait for the 5 minute to be in position. And so this 1 minute isn't taking that trade. You can see it's matching it though. It's red, red. So, potentially, but if the 5 minute gets red, it will have to cycle out and cycle back in the way it's written now. We're going to build in, probably before this evening, build in an option where we're taking these 5 minute trades, because we saw earlier there was some really nice big fat 5 minute trades that we probably want to take, and you just don't get that many of them. And so we really don't want to miss them in there. They have a high probability in and of themselves. Those of you that are watching on YouTube, thanks for stopping by. You're more than welcome to visit the site. You're more than welcome to ask us any questions. But this is, what we're doing. There's a lot going on here, and it wouldn't be something that I'd be trying to watch. Swing Machine is grinding out quite a few lines of code, and this is the primary signal, but we're also getting a lot of information here, and we're getting a lot of information here. All these tools can be traded in and of themselves. And right now we're just building out a multi-time frame robotic approach. So that's what we're up to. You can see the paint bar is matching perfectly. This is a 1 minute interval, and it's matching perfectly the radar. You see that? Red, yellow, red, matching it perfectly. If you're watching on YouTube, just look with me. Do you think you could have made money in here just on the paint bar alone? Could you have made money in here? Aha. And there's the trade. Perfect. Perfect. So it just took a long in here. It's dipping a little bit, but it did generate a buy. And it was confirmed here. Here's the shrouded number 2, and the 3-minute is long and the 5-minute is long. So it's doing exactly what we have asked it to do, which is what we're most concerned with right now. I don't know if it's going to make any money, but I do know that over the last 2 weeks, if we had followed it, we would have made very nice money. And so that's half the battle. So right now we're just gonna now if it turns around and sells, we get a confirmed sell, which would take 2 minutes. It will exit the trade. Now there are other parameters in here too, like a profit target, but that's it. So we're in with the machine, and now radar has a little bit of a jump on it. We missed it by a tick or two, but very, very close, just the same. So we're underway. I did not put that trade in, and we'll root for it. And now I could go up and just grab the $50, right? I could do that mechanically. I don't want to do that. And Jeff, we have honed, and if anyone else is listening, annual members, we've picked up being focused here on the paint bar this morning. There were a couple of little anomalies, so we have cleaned that code up, and we're going to update that code for everybody. That'll be the first thing to go out. And we'll probably rename that paint bar swing machine paint bar to, we used to have an altimeter. It was an older name. So we're probably going to update that. So again, could we go in and grab that $100, $120? We could. We might do a scalp later, but again, we really wanted to see, and you can see the VIX is turning down too. So this could be this could turn out to be a really nice trade. Hopefully it does. Now remember, 24 trading days. If you're trading futures and you're trading on Sunday night, there are 24 trading days in a month. If you take Fridays off, which I think is a good idea, there are 20. $100 a day is an extra 2,000 a month. 200, 4,000. 300, 6,000. But you got to walk. You got to, we got to crawl first. We got to go slow, and we got to go mechanically in our view. If you're thinking that you're going to just come into this trading game and going to start, I think the moving average, and start just buying and selling and buying and just flinging things around, it just isn't going to work out well. It isn't. And remember, we have plenty of time. This has been trading since midnight, right? We had a run up of several $100s. We could have stopped, right? Um, which is a risk parameter is how much time you're in the market. And so we're not trying to demonstrate an outcome here. We're just giving you a glimpse of who we are, what we're about. That's really all. We're doing something specific for ourselves and for our members, and giving you a chance to look over our shoulder. But Swing Machine is perfectly code is really, really sophisticated and really, really good, and it is perfectly symmetrical to what you're seeing with this paint bar. The strategy is operating the 1 minute in conjunction with what the 3 and the 5 minute are doing. Crazy, right? And we can even introduce, which we will, a consideration for what the VIX is doing on an interval of its choosing. Pretty powerful. How do I know if it works, Don? How do I know? How do I know? Well, that's a really good question. So I was looking at the what we call Swing Machine cubed, and looking and saying, okay, well, if I run the 135, if I had run it over the last 2 weeks, what would I have done? And it looked pretty good. But I also plugged in the 2 minute, the 5 minute, and the 7 minute, and that looked really good. Maybe it's even better with a 5 minute, 30 minute, 1 hour. Well, that would be a lot of risk there. So maybe you'd want to drop down to a micro. That is the power of automation and robotics, is the ability to hard code something like that, and then to go back in time and look to see what the trading characteristics of it would be before you commit your time and your capital. Otherwise, you're just going to be in the realm of winging it, and it can be very expensive. It can cost you a lot of time, cost you a lot of aggravation, a lot of, and then there's always the risk of being fooled by randomness. You can have a series of 7 or 8 heads in a row, and think you've got coin flipping down to you've cornered the market. You can be fooled by that, right? And so any case, happy to answer any question, but we got a perfect little order in here. Everything, all systems go. I like what we're seeing, Jeff, and those on YouTube. Any questions, let us know. We're going to let you continue to watch here. I'm going to be in and out, but we're working on some of the code right now. So as an example, and if you're playing along, could you take the trade? You could. And if we realize the 325 and separate that, there's your $150, $200 for day one. You got 19 more days. Take your time, right? But if you choose to stick around and want to keep going, okay. You've got swing machine, you've got a paint bar, you've got a strategy. Also, we were able to back test and optimize what the optimum profit target should be. The optimum profit target is around $900 over the last 2 weeks. How do I know that? We back tested that. Now, are the hedge funds running the exact same program that we're running? Probably not, right? I would say no, nobody is. But our program can pick up on the trading characteristics of their programs, is the idea. If we know how they're playing, then we just play around the edges. We don't have to trade hundreds of contracts. If it's up to you, we don't have to. And we have other markets. What if you make $300 or whatever you make here on the NQ, and then you have another market and another market and another market? What if you make, $100 a day in 3 or 4 different other markets? Do you get the idea? Again, I've been sharing with everybody the analogy of a butcher shop. I've never been in a butcher shop, but I was listening to a podcast that was the Henry Ford podcast, and he was talking about when he was a kid, or he told the story it was written about, that he had this idea of the assembly line, came from a butcher in his family, and he would see the carcass of meat hanging on a hook, and it had a chain to it, and it was being slid around, and the butchers were carving it. It was just going around. That's where he got the idea and the concept to have an assembly line. The NASDAQ to me today is a carcass. It's on a hook. It's hanging. And it's just moving around. And we're going to go in and we're going to carve some off. And we're going to throw it into the whatever analogy you want to do, but that's what we're doing. Now, if that isn't, enough hoi polloi for you, you want to listen to the other podcasters about, this and that and this and all that stuff. And, I got my boutique broker and I'm dollar cost averaging in there, Don, and I'm buying the NASDAQ because over the last 200 years, I get 10% a year, and I'm going to retire in the year, 2032. Okay. Good luck. Let me know how that works out for you. I hope in the year 2030, the NASDAQ doesn't get, an 80% haircut. That would kind of suck, wouldn't it? Do you understand the risk you're taking? It could do that. It could do it in the next 6 months. If it does it today, we're going to be in really nice shape. We're going to carve off a nice chunk of meat. Up to you. If what you're looking at resonates with you, if what you're hearing resonates with you, check out our website, explore it, take your time, write down your questions, email us, and you can even pick up the phone call and call me. You want to plug some things in, I love to have these intellectual discussions about trading because it makes me stop and think too. I'm okay with that. It isn't trading isn't for everyone. It isn't, but it might be for you. You might be a hell of a lot better than me. Probably are. You might have awesome ideas. We would love for you to join our little club. One of the reasons why we're here today doing what we're doing is, and there's a member who's listening on Zoom, and I do get a little sidetracked, right? We're doing a lot of different things. And he said to me, "Hey, Don, do you remember we were working on something?" I'm like, "Oh, yeah." It wasn't that I forgot, it's just that it got moved back a little bit. And we also got sidetracked, by the way, with our website, which is another story, but that's over, right? We got a new website. Hope you like it. The most important thing for our website is we wanted a website that was secure. So that was the biggest thing. And more or less the same messaging in there. And we were able to do other things with the website now that we haven't, we weren't previously able to do. We've been around a long time. And we did, I used to say that we didn't advertise. We just experimented with a little advertising on YouTube. I was just like, I'm just curious, and it's kind of interesting. So you can see here on the 1 minute, see the swing machine dipping? It's dipping. And see a little yellow there, dipping there too. It looks like it dipped, right? Remember, there are only 4 ways to trade. Trend follow long, trend follow short. Counter trend short, counter trend long, which are dips and rips. And very, very important to know what type of trade you're doing. Why? Because the trading characteristics are different. We're trading this trying to capture a trend. Do you know that the win-loss ratio, we got to be prepared to lose 6 or 7 out of 10 times? Oh, crap, I ain't doing that. Well, that's why you don't get on trends. If you have an expectation that you're going to win 80 to 90% of the time, that's great. That's fine. But you're not going to get trends. You're not. You won't stay on them long enough. Though that is for counter trending. And we do love counter trending. I mean, it is fun. It is a blast to rip off, a series of wins like that. But I prefer to do it with options, right? So, anywho, if you have any questions, let us know. Now we could go up. Now this may turn out to be, we had a run up of $420 up here, 420. You see it there? And the one over here had a run up of 600. Why didn't you take that, Don? I could have. I didn't. I'm testing something. I want to see something. I'm okay with it. Because what I don't know and what you don't know is maybe this is just a dip. Maybe this is going to continue to run. And maybe, we're not going to make 420, but maybe we're going to make 800, 900, that amount. It won't make more than 900 because we do have a profit target sitting up there because the back test told us we should. So does that make sense? It's a beautiful thing. Am I tethered to the screen? No. I just got up while you guys were here, went out, took Ted out, do his business, get the mail. I can get on a treadmill. I can go have lunch with Susan, go sit by the pool for a little bit. I'm not going to leave it, totally unattended, but we have some members that are doing some things with their cell phones and smartphones. I don't have the need any longer to be traveling, thank God. I said, what a beautiful life this is, really. It's so sweet. No boss, no paperwork to speak of. I'm doing exactly what I want to do. It's challenging every day. Think about different things. It's just constant, It's like the game of golf. I'm reminded of seeing a video. It was Jack Nicklaus and the little guy from South Africa. What was his name? Oh, for heaven's sakes, can't think of his name. the guy who traveled all over the world before Live Golf. I can't I can't think of his name. And it showed the two of them. Here they are. They're men in their, they got to be in their 70s, maybe even their 80s. And they're on the driving range and they're talking to each other about the golf swing. And they're giving each other golf instruction as if they were 14 years old. How many golf balls have the two of those guys hit? And here they are. They are talking about it with just as much interest and as much passion as they probably had when they were 14. That's phenomenal. That's awesome, isn't it? That is awesome. That's why, and I really, really enjoy showing you what we're doing and there's so much more. We just can't we will, if you join as a monthly member, we will give you a 1-day hall pass, but we really, really enjoy it, right? It's a blast. And then, not only is it fun, but hopefully profitable, right? Yeah, what a treat. What a treat. So don't hesitate. And real people, real person. We're not a broker. We're not making specific recommendations to buy or sell anything. And now, if you're a member and say, well, how come you didn't do this earlier? How come you didn't, we had, there were some technical challenges to doing what we're doing today. We have had 2 or 3 runs at this, at least. And we're still not sure. We still may make some, we're still going to make some tweaks on this, but Susan and I collaborated and said, we got to get this, functioning even better. And that's where we are. So what's happening on the radar is very, very powerful and difficult to mimic on a chart, especially with multi time frames. That's really the challenge, but we think we're in a good place. So we're going to let you watch. We should probably put up the C points. So let's go get our C points. Add study. I'm sorry, not C points, the ball marker. Love the ball marker. Let's get our other tools up here. And SMC ball marker. Well, oh, I'm sorry. I was on the wrong. So this is also a beautiful little tool that is available to all of our members, and we call this the SMC ball marker. We'll use this tool on a whole host of charts, and this is it. And we're intent on building strategies firing off of this tool as well. There they are. Isn't that beautiful? Look at that. Gives you some more definition. We're just widening this out here a little bit. That's sweet. Look at that. Swing high, swing. Oh, look at that buy right off of there. And we blow through here. Boom. Away we go. If that's what you want, if you need that, right? As a pilot, you want to be able to learn though to, you want to fly on a nice sunny day and it's a nice, beautiful day and we can see everything here. But sometimes, you may not have a view of all this and you want to have, confidence that you've got machinery that can, fly the plane. And that's kind of also what we're doing, but it's a nice view. Now I could be looking at swing machine and I could be looking here for any reason to come out of the market. We could go we could go higher. I'm going to let it run though. And it looks like we got knocked off of YouTube there, I think. Let's go look. Maybe we're back up. Sorry about that. Let me go see what was going on there. Oh, I see. Yep, we had a data interruption. So we're going to address this back up a little bit. We'll put our writing back up. Thanks. I was having a quick lunch. And the reason we do this isn't to hide anything. It is just to dress it up. So we just do this. Something like that. Now we could go up where we are starting to get a little bit of a dip up there. So let's do that. I will intervene and take that profit. So bear with me. Oops, went to the wrong site. All right, why won't it open? Come on. Well, that's strange. Okay, so my computer's a little bit slow. Maybe with all the tools we have running. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to grab that profit. We're extended a little bit on the 1 minute. So we're going to come in and I'm going to disable the strategy. And do not cancel. And then we're going to close the position. Hopefully. Try that again. And it looks like she's stuck in that position window, which sometimes happens. But there it is. She's gone. And then what we're going to do is we'll turn the strategy back on. I disabled it to zero itself out. So we did intervene and we're going to arm it again. And we did the good $146. So haven't set the world on fire. We probably could have done a little better. We'll try to be a little greedier here this afternoon. And so I'm going to continue to dress up the screen a little. If you have any questions on what it is we're doing. But that is the first trade that I've done anything with since, period. First trade of the week. Now, we'll most likely try to wrap this up no later than 3 o'clock. And but if you have any questions, let us know. We're just telling you what we're doing here. And oops. Okay, so what have we done? We've been trading since Sunday evening, 7:30, the machine. We've had a total of 30 trades. It's done 30 trades. And no, excuse me, 12. 12, that's better. I didn't think it ordered that much. 12 trades. Percent profitable, 33%. Profit factor, 1.15. So narrow. What else can we tell you though? How about the trade graphs? Let's look. The biggest drawdown that we had, the average drawdown is $81. The biggest drawdown is not much, 275. So fairly tight. What's the average run up? The average run up, holy smokes. That's crazy. The average run up is over $1,000. That doesn't seem, maybe. That's crazy. I didn't think it was that high. I'd want to see more data on that. But that's what it's telling us. That seems a little high. That don't seem quite right to me. But any case, and we'll compare and contrast the information that we do collect with the back test. And we didn't quite do what the back test did for the session here, but we'll see. And what we'll do is we'll hopefully finish the day profitable, and then we'll turn it on tonight around midnight and let her run again tomorrow. We'll just keep doing it. And this figures, right? We're out, and she's breaking this little resistance and having a nice run again. VIX down. So we left some money on the table. That's okay. Well, that figures, right? We come out with a $300 profit. Had I stayed in, machine would have picked up $900 profit. So that's good, right? Maybe I'll be a little more patient next time. But, I was thinking that, hey, we only have, maybe another hour, hour and a half to go. And I'd like to have, a positive day. $150 a day may not seem like much. It's one market. But if I do 150 a day, which I think will do more than that, it would be about 3,000 a month. Well, what are you doing? You know, how are you going about it? How are you making your decisions? I've made one. Actually, I made two. Made a decision to turn it on, made one scalp, turned out to be not the right scalp. I would have had another 600 bucks in our pocket, but that's okay. There'll be more. There'll be another day. Getting a long entry on the VIX. Might be a good place to take some profit. Any questions from YouTube, feel free. You can put them in the chat, email, anything around trading. I think that we scalped one trade. Would have been better if we left it, but and we had others that we could have scalped for several $100s. So we're profitable for the day. Easily should have been somewhere between $1,000 and $2,000 today. But we'll get them. We got all week. Got another 4 or 5 days. New monthly members will get a 1-day hall pass. You'll get to see we'll give you an orientation in the morning and then let you see what you'd like to see the rest of the day. And if we don't answer your questions on the website, you're also more than welcome to give us a call at 813-758-8263. Chat about what you've been doing, how you've been making your decisions, what your trading goals and aspirations are, and we'll tell you what we're about and whether or not we think that we can help you. I think we can, but we'll answer your questions. Yeah, we're in the house with 146.20. Had we just let everything play out, we would from last night to today, we would be in the house with about $800. From midnight to now, we would have done 1,245 and would have had a profit factor of 3.42. So all good. And over the last 2 weeks, the strategy running 24/7, which we're not going to run it 24/7. I don't think we need to. I can give you an idea on what it's. We're generating over a 2-week period a profit factor on 1.48, expected return of about 5,540 on a 1 NQ contract. That'd be just fine. Absolutely just fine. Total number of 96 trades, percent profitable 30%, because it's a trending, it's seeking trend. It's seeking trend. Are there other types of trades in here? Yeah, but this strategy is going after the trend. You can see swing machine on the 1 minute dipping, and you can see it dipping here. It's color coordinated. It's tick for tick, and just doing its thing. In order for us to get a trade, the 3 and the 5 minute are going to have to be short. So there won't be any trading here unless, a person wanted to do it mechanically and do some sort of a fade or something. I'd want to have a pretty tight stop, but we're not going to do that. We're trading robotically, and we're just want to monitor the execution. The execution today has been flawless. Now, there are some things that we want to do tonight after hours that we're going to bring. We're going to bring the 5 minute into play tomorrow in a bigger way. We did intervene. We didn't help ourselves. We should have done about $600 more than we did here. Had we just let the program run from midnight to now, would have done about 1,300. So it would have done, feel real good with it. But we could have done even better if we had brought the 5 minute into play, I think. So we're gonna build that feature in and then vet it, make sure it's doing what it's supposed to do. I hope, for the benefit of annual members, I hope by the end of this week, going into next weekend, we will have a really nice new tool for them all. This will be a really, really good asset for new members. This will be really, really good because it really teaches discipline and patience, and it's reinforcing what it is we've been asking people to do. And so now you're gonna have a machine, just perfectly teeing it up. It looks pretty good to us right now. Jeff, I hope you find it to be the same. Jeff is in our live Zoom, one of our members, and we'll keep you posted. Jeff does have a copy, but it was really his idea and his persistence to get this project back on track. So we thank him for that. It'll be a benefit for everybody. And also, if you got any questions though on what it is you're seeing, oh, I guess I should have put in here. I forgot what's happening here. Maybe I should do that. I'll type it in. So trading, let's see, SMC trading robot 1 minute interval in the same direction as the 3 and 5 minute interval. Now, this is not using moving averages, you couldn't get this type of performance or smoothness with them, but that's what it's doing. We're calling this SMC swing machine cubed, and we will be able to next we will add a comparative market to the features. So for instance, you could, well, we won't have it quite ready, but it will be where you could add the VIX in there. That's the idea. Have any questions, let us know. Welcome to visit the website. And now $150, no big deal. May not seem like much, but there are 20 trading days in a month. And if you do $150 a day, it's going to be $3,000 a month. Yeah. Might help, maybe not, right? But that's the idea. We certainly could have done much better. And hopefully we will tomorrow. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. And if you have any questions on what it is you're seeing, um, we're vetting out not a new concept, but a new approach, but a new way of doing it. From a coding standpoint, we're very, very pleased. Very, very pleased. I think members are going to be very pleased. We're not done. We're not done. So if you're annual member and you're listening to this, bear with us. Please give us a few more days of this. But we're just discussing with Susie, and she's been a big help in this. Um, we're trading the 1 minute in the direction of the 3 and the 5 minute. We've attempted to try to do this before, and it's proven to be a challenge, but we've done something different, and it's working out really, really nice. And now we've been trading since 7:30 last night. We've done 146. I scalped this one, should have let it go. So, but most importantly, our performance is matching accurately what the machine is doing. Had I not intervened since 7:30 last night, we would have done $800. If we had started at midnight, we would have done $1,200. The back test tells us that we, over 2 weeks, should have done in the neighborhood of $5,000. And we've randomized that, and we're getting really good results. We're probably ultimately going to run this through the walk with something called the walk forward optimizer to further stress test this. So it's looking really good. We're going to make some changes to it tonight and continue to vet this. So that's what we're up to. We are mechanical robotic traders, and it's a beautiful thing. Now, if you're trading swing machine for a week, watching and tracking something like this, and your trading doesn't improve, um, this is a beautiful thing. You can see here, how she had a hard time getting through, getting through, getting through. She got through, rejected it, came down, held here, and then breaks out. This, now this is, trade. This is the visual trader, but boy, it takes, a lot of focus and a lot of energy to sit and watch, but the swing machine was in down here, made its money, ends up leaving a lot on the table. We get a little bit of a dip. These are we call ball markers. These are being drawn automatically. And then she gets long again, gets long again. Now, the machine isn't programmed to do that yet, but it will tomorrow. You'll have that option, or our members will have that option. They'll be able to turn on a buy the dip button or a sell the rip button. And what a beautiful, beautiful thing. It's really doing well. Any questions, you let us know. If you're getting it done with whatever you're doing, keep doing it. If you're not, I hope you're learning. If you're not learning, then why bother, right? Call anytime, folks. Okay, so we gave everybody on YouTube a good long view today. Kind of an interesting day, and Swing Machine just had a phenomenal day, phenomenal day. But our goal was to vet out our little program. We're very happy with it, and we're going to have to sign off on YouTube, get back to work, and come back and do it again. Now, tomorrow, what we'll probably do is give you a chance to see. Here we are. Here we're getting a little dip as we speak. Be happy to give you a little view for about 45 minutes or so, the middle part of the day. If you got any questions, let us know, and we wish everyone the best.